Yo, what's up, guys? Alright, I'm currently waiting for a queue to end, so hopefully it won't take too long. In the meantime, I can find the launch tournament because I actually want to watch some of it again because I don't remember a lot of it. Do they still have an official esports YouTube though? Or it's just the official Smite one now? Launch. Still looking for it. Why is it so hard to find? Well, I know why, I guess. Literally just gigantic mix of everything high-res on this damn YouTube. I mean, wait, actually, the Gamescom 2013 wasn't that? I was in that, wasn't I? Yeah, holy shit! There's the first LAN I ever did. Ah, dude, that could be actually pretty fun to watch. That could be pretty fun to watch. Dude, everyone's gonna be so shit at the game. Alright, I guess I'll pull this up. Where is it? I'm still looking. I somehow found an older tournament than the launch tournament. Because the launch tournament is not popping up. Celebrity match, cosplay showcase. And then it goes to all sorts of other shit. And it's not this one either, launch videos. That's just a bunch of, yeah, not non-tournament things. Gamescom European Invitational could be interesting. TSM Invitational, I remember that. I forgot what happened with that. Was I even with it? Maybe I wasn't. There was one tournament back then I wasn't a part of. That might be the one. Because I had surgery. Okay, I guess I'll check the playlists. Surely. It's gotta be pretty old. It's not the Smite launch videos, like Smite Esports? And I believe this is already when it gets to championships. Bro, where is it? It has to be on a different YouTube then. Fuck. Smite Esports. Smite VODs. Okay, there we go. Surely it's here somewhere. Smite launch tournament. There we go. Cool. And I guess I also kind of want to check out the Gamescom European Invitational. Because I forgot about that. Granted, this one for some reason isn't Titanforge. Strange. So yeah, that one is not here on Smitebots. Gamescom. I guess I can just stick to grand finals on this one probably. I don't really think I want to watch the whole thing of this, but still, it's going to be some old names in this. Also, not too sure if I want to watch the whole tournament of this. Maybe just my matches, because otherwise it's going to take fucking forever. I'm a little sad our very first set wasn't streamed, though. Unless it was? Maybe on a second stream? Like into Pon Pon? Yeah, okay, it was. Because I actually think we were really close to losing one of these first games. But we made a comeback. And I just started out with Vamana. He was so broken back then. Alright, I guess I'm still starting with this though. And there's no audio views. Can I somehow capture specifically this window?
I have prepared a list of excuses for why I screwed up that last interview. Let's start. I was confused. I was misdirected by players. I was misdirected by players. Sorry,
All right.
guys, I interviewed the spider. The spider lost.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the beginning of the best of 3 finals here. Pleasure once again to join Jason here. Jason.
Oh, so you're joining me?
Yeah, no.
I thought I was joining you.
Well, no, this time I'm going to join you because, you know, you're the
I really
host
do
of
miss
this
Bart.
wonderful event coming from ESL, the German company, and
I am?
Gamescom. And so it's like, I feel like I'm in your
Mitch and Rachel were
hometown and Cologne. Don't give me that lip.
You didn't complain last night.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a look at the gentleman of Cognitive EU right now. That is Proxy QQ and Sprayarn. Sprayarn on the right of your screen.
Now he knows we're not outside, right?
Rest
he
in
just
peace, my
explained to me.
goat.
Can
Proxy.
you cast this game with your
The
sunglasses
sunglasses? I would be honored.
on? Okay, good.
Yeah, I will. You know, it's a little bright in here anyway.
All right,
How
I'm
does it
looking forward
look?
to this. I'm looking forward to
You
this.
looking forward to this?
You look as handsome as ever.
Dude, I'm
Oh
doing
no,
my very
look at
best
that guy.
to bring,
You
everyone
do
out
me
there.
and I'll...
Weird fucking player.
You do you and I'll do me.
I liked it the first way.
No, that was a typo.
Man, how old was I here? I must have been 17.
And we'll be underway with game number 1 of the finals. All right, everyone out
Damn.
there, I can hear you. Let's
The
make
beard
some noise
started
for
early.
the teams on as they start the picks and bans.
I'm curious, actually. I actually do want to watch picks and bans too.
All right, so our first band's coming out. It's going to be Tier. They don't want to give that away to Sayo.
And actually, before I do anything else here, let me check. Because Mia and Snotty here are waiting to snipe Adapting's Q. Want to see how far along he is.
A hunter can easily kill a mage in like a 1v1 just because they have so much burst with learning and shit.
Yeah, it's going through on the stream as well, I can see. So I'm not specifically capturing one window. Weird. Can I make it do that? It just captures all windows. Huh. Guess, yeah, then I might as well just remove it. Alright. Away with you. Wait, what did I just remove? Fuck. I removed something different. I removed the capture. Fuck me, bro. Gotta make a new capture then. Just can't make it easy for myself. Good enough. Well, what did you say to who? Oh, that's a large dude on the left. Oh yeah, okay, so this was when Tier was new. It's real taking his time with that game, yeah. I'm watching my very first LAN now in 2013. The Gamescom European Invitational. Yeah, Nesha, Tier, Zeus, Chang'e. So we only have 4 bands back then. First picking Athena. Dude, they're old pictures and shit. Dude, this screen was actually so cool. Look at that. I like this way more than my 2 screen. Where the gods start from the back and then come like further and further down. I actually think that's sick. Granted, maybe it's not like super cool in that it's hard to see your own character if you're a top pick, for example. Maybe that's not great, but I think this looks really cool. It just looks more appealing to me. Acne and Raw? Or is this Smite 2? It's gotta be Raw solo. Back then that could actually be done. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't think about it. I was ADC in this tournament. I missed the old Bacchus model as well. I thought it was much better than the new one. Though I guess it's the same with most of the characters. Oh no, the old Bastet though, probably not the best. Which version of this of Bastet is this? I assume this is the one where it just spawns 3 tigers. Or panthers. Not that many players from this game specifically stuck around for very long. Like Celia did, I guess Suntouch kinda did. I dipped. I mean, everyone on my team here essentially dipped after a few years, with me coming back here and there. I think Risterian did play on and off in terms of just the game itself, but in terms of competitive stuff, I don't think he ever really went back to competitive. And this team as well was supposed to be with Trix Tank and Cubo Threat, but they were too young and weren't allowed to go. So we had Proxy and Moogie step in as support and jungle. And this was back when boots were still a thing you had to buy. Being slow as fuck without them. Dude, Poseidon's old design is kinda sick. I'm not gonna lie, I think like the corals and stuff on him, and like the extra blue hair. There is something really cool. Like I think there is something missing from the new designs compared to the older ones, where they were just very, very colorful and a lot more stylized. That is an Agnes skin, so I don't remember the old model necessarily. But I think it's about the same as the new one, though. Agnes is pretty similar. Shabulonke is literally the same. Apollo's is new, Thor's has just been upgraded, I think, visually. But I'm pretty sure it's the same, too. Asset, I believe, is the same. Rai is about the same as well. I mean, I guess people weren't as bad to the point where they didn't want to... Like, they understood when they could and could not invade. I did just dash in front of them, though, like a fucking idiot. But... Oh, Thor's old spin. I miss that shit so much. Dude, I'm so fucking stupid. Why did I dash? What the fuck are you doing? You dash in front of them when they're doing above. You fucking see the jungler is right there. Holy shit. Absolutely an ADC diff. Oh no, we're diving in right? Holy shit. I mean, what the fuck are we even doing then? I think Thor's spin was just cooler back then too. It looked cooler too. I love how it just spins. Also, this is just a preview of next patch when the set comes out. She will 2v1 you as well. Don't worry about it. TP. Hello, but a set doesn't have beads. Gank him. Although I guess you did and died. Also, let me know if the volume is too high. I kept it decently loud for me, but I don't know how that translates to you guys. Hey, because me, good to see you. Currently waiting for Adapting's game to end so we can queue up. So I'm just watching this in the meantime. It's hard to see what level they are, like above the gods themselves, but yeah, it's easy enough to see it on the scoreboard itself. I'm trying to see if there's like some builds that we're getting so fucking diffed right now. Trying to see here if any of the builds are the same. Like Hand of the Gods is basically Sunder, so that's still a thing. Even if it wasn't for Smite for a while. I still don't like it. I mean, this this isn't that different from the current Smite 2 map outside of there's no side stuff on the side of the lanes. There's no teleporters, obviously, and all that, but like, I mean, it's very barren. It's very, very barren. Boots was such a bad thing, it really was. It was a waste. Hand of the Gods and Meditation on Bacchus. I'm happy Meditation isn't in rank now, honestly. With the lack of healing, that thing would actually be pretty powerful, I think. I do believe this is Hun Buds and not Sun Wukong at this point in time. I think. But I'm not sure. No, it is. I can see the picture. Yeah, never mind. It is. Damn, Hun Buds was changed so early then. Or I guess Sun Wukong was. And for the people that don't know, the current Hun Buds used to be Sun Wukong. They just reworked them because it didn't fit his lore. And then they made a more accurate, Wukong later time. Back then they went with like a fireworks type beat where there is a fireworks Sun Wukong, but it's a bit different, and I guess not the big popular one that most people know these days. And I'm happy with the Wukong we have now. So, oh, accidental backing stop. Like even back then, the casters were just kind of better at using the. I don't know. I guess the Spectre mode was just better, right? Like right at this point in time than it is in Smite 2 now, because there's so much more info that you can see. They just swap the screen. They see how much gold you have, how much net worth you have, all that shit. I feel like I've seen that in competitive Smite for a little while. Or not at all in Smite 2, because I don't think it's even a thing in Smite 2. Hello, Nectura. Yeah, I wasn't planning on even playing that much yesterday. I just ended up kind of having fun and playing in that session. Oh. No stun bots. Damn. No aspect? That's crazy. But yeah, I wasn't really in the mood. I was just chilling. Having fun. Actually winning games. Because I'm not streaming. Now it's time to lose again. We're getting shit on in this game. We're getting so out-farmed. What happened? Why are you feeding? Stop dying! You idiot! Why's my ADC dog shit? What is he doing? Why did he dash in front of him? He's an idiot. It's over, man. This ADC is fucking stupid. Oh, I mean, it's so cooked. Was Wisterin actually just our mid laner? Huh. How did they dive him? What a mystery. Maybe it's because he's a fucking idiot and he dashed. Did you win that match or not? We won this whole tournament. So we might lose this match, but maybe we go. I don't remember how we get to finals. Maybe we lose it, and that's like a losers bracket. I'm not too. I forgot, but yeah, this was the first tournament I was a part of in Smite, and we won it. Look at this. What a character. Man, it's too clean. Never stood a chance. Dude, look at this Apollo model. It was so much cooler, man. I miss this Apollo model so much. I can't say that no one is bad. It's just this one was just special to me. That was more than you would to entertain me. My bad, man. The man with the hair. Hopefully they don't show me on camera that much. 17-year-old me. 13 years ago. Oh yeah, when Agnes Dash had immunity. Dude, I forgot about that. He was so broken because of it. They just had to remove it eventually. Good old ages that could be used while CC'd. I also remember that. That was great. I mean, honestly, overall really well played by Restarian there. But here comes the ADC and he's gonna miss fucking everything. He just gets CC'd, man. This is gonna be us next patch, by the way. How did you fall from grace that hard? I left the game, I guess. Oh, going from ADC to solo? Well, I think I started as solo, then I went ADC, and then I went back to solo, then I went ADC again, and then I went back to solo. Queuing, yeah, I'm keeping an eye out in the back. I don't know, I enjoy both ADC and solo, but my problem is that I don't enjoy ADC very much in Smite 2. And it's mainly because of the lane itself, not because of the gods. Because I like the gods. I mean, Apollo is one of my favorite gods. Dash! Man. That's fine. It didn't die this time. I mean, I'm still even in farm, right? That's fine. Literally even in farm, actually. Crazy I would play the same game 13 years later. Online games will do that. A lot of people still play Counter-Strike, you know? They've been playing that shit for like 15 years. Not to mention like League and stuff. Some games are just really addicting. Hopefully I'm not banning. I was about to say, but everyone is banning, so I guess I have to pause all the way. Don't fucking die again, man. Oh my fucking god. Oh! Okay, a good dash, finally. Oh my fucking god. Absolutely fucking useless ADC. Alright, let me, How about I don't want to trade? What do I ban? I think I'll just ban Bologna. Once bought a weekend hoodie and got my money back, and then I got it the very next day. That was my one and only purchase of Smite merch. It was really delayed. I see. That's, I guess, good for you, I guess. Easy free hoodie. What does one play in this situation? Maybe a little bit of an Osiris game. I'll start with Osiris. I'll play it once, and I'll probably just be tired of it, and then I'll play something else. Cool. Man, actually feeding. 0 and 3. This was also back when there weren't that many aggressive supports. This is actually just like a mirror of Smite 2 as well, where Bacchus was so OP until something can just insta-CC him and stop him from doing what he's doing. Ooh, nice double tap. Why is the ADC in mid again? Dude, your tower, man. Oh my god. I have TP? Nah. I mean, Gigabrain, I guess. Wait, I don't remember how this works, because I don't have the active, or the relic. So you could just buy... Was this a meta where you could just buy a teleport? Because that's fucking insane. I'm happy that isn't a thing anymore. Will you consider yourself at peak in that match? Or is the current your actual peak? I mean, in terms of mechanical skill, I do think I'm much better now. But back then, compared to everyone else and just where everyone was at the time, then yeah, I would say I was pretty good. In this match, not so much. Xbalanque wasn't really my type of god, I think. I don't remember playing him that much. Apollo was my main ADC, and after that it was on her. I don't even know why I picked it this match, but I guess he was really OP too, because his ultimate was... Back then, this was still the stunning Xbalanque ult, so he was still really OP. I think I had to play him. Okay. Damn. I kind of just want to keep watching. What am I against a Wukong, eh? Did you watch it all the way back then, Chespo? Okay, I paused actually. Nice, I can keep watching. I was 12? Damn. Yeah, this shit is 13 years ago. Now I'm 30. Fuck. I was 17 at the time. Sprayan, what are you looking at? Okay, it's probably the glitch, actually. It's probably spectator glitch. I was like, why you look at the fucking wall, man? It's the one place that no one's gonna come from. So this is Smite 2. Yeah, I'll probably watch the Pentakill after this. This is the grand finals. So shouldn't take too long to watch. And these matches are not that long, like 42 minutes for the first one. I'll probably watch majority of the launch tournament though, because like that I think the launch tournament was really good for for where the time it came out. It was just really entertaining. Most of the matches were really close. What the fuck? How did that stun him? Okay. Which start do I go with? What do we build? Probably just gonna start with Glad Shield. So I guess I will go for a safe start for this game. I wanna go Blink. I was a diehard TSM fan. I imagine most of EU people at the time were, because around the launch tournament we were the only like really dominant EU team. Like SK was really good as well, but for the most part, we were just in a streak at the time, where we just didn't really lose to anyone. So that's also why the launch tournament was extra like interesting to a lot of people from EU, and I suppose NA as well. Was that can anyone in NA then actually take us on? As well as what was really interesting as well with Epsilon, right? Like, okay, finally World is here. Since EU is getting fucking hammered, maybe someone in NA can take care of them. I always think that's really cool. If a team is so powerful that you're just waiting to see if other regions can deal with them. Like, that type of stuff is so cool for competitive. And esports as a whole. I cannot help but root for the underdogs in situations like that. I still watch like CSGO and League tournaments here and there. And yeah, I mean, same cases. That stuff is still hits the same, even if I don't understand the metas necessarily. Just blink for some poke here. Make sure that I can get these. Fucking took my blue and expected an invade. Fuck. My blue, man.
On my way. I'll attack. Enemies have returned to base.
Do I like these sound effects? I'm pretty sure they're the same. Oh, I actually still got it. Thank you, Bluestone Proc. That is very nice of you.
Take this jungle buff. Thanks. You are irreplaceable.
Alright, let's back off. Buy my shit. I've been enjoying Glad Shield on him, because he's such an ability spammer. Might just go straight into like Anemian. Could use some of that region. Hey Wolfie, appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn. Cyrus holds as low as ever. Joy, thanks man.
Such incompetence. Such incompetence.
Enemy has been slain.
It does kind of feel odd enjoying a tank, because I'm actually enjoying Osiris as a full tank. Does it gigasuck in terms of wave clearance stuff later? Yes, but
Retreat left lane.
good old Fatalis effect.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll defend left lane on my way.
Well done, my friend.
Guys, that was epic.
The range shall wash them away.
I'll wait actually. My TP is up soon. I'll at least grab these. Yeah, it was TSM. Yeah, the Apollo skin was essentially. I mean, not mine, but yeah, it was my team's. Yeah, it was from the launch tournament.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate. Enemy ultimate.
Your right tower is under attack. Go down. Behind us. Enemy has been slain. I can't believe it. I'm right. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Help middle lane.
Cancel
On my way.
that.
The rain shall wash them away. Double kill. Oh. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Guess he doesn't need any help. He's the best.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay. On my
Enemy
way.
missing right. Enemy missing left.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. Go down. Your right tower is under attack. Well done, my friend. Enemy missing right. Falling back. Enemy spotted. Enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate tower has arrived.
Stupid decoys.
Go down.
The threat is for the weak. Move on. On my way. Attack the fire giant.
Last time I did go full tank on the Sours though, it does feel really shit late game once you have to kill waves. Right now it's fine. But it's not very fun
No contest.
when fire waves and stuff start happening.
Destroyed the pyramid.
Fuck.
Oh man, this is awesome. Oh man, this is awesome.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could get his ult. Maybe he doesn't have ult yet. I'm pretty sure he does though.
Wash them away.
When Poker thought?
Your left tower is under attack. Attack. Your right tower is under attack. Return to base. Thanks. Enemy missing right. Enemies have returned right. Enemy ultimate down. On my way.
Yeah, I guess I missed it. That is tragic. Didn't realize they were literally just all here. So that's on me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get him. Nice.
Enemy has been slain.
Defend the gold fury. On my way.
Be careful. Retreat. Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack.
Challenge you to this python. I will.
Be careful. I'll attack my way.
On my way.
Tyrant has arrived. Go down.
I'll gank.
Thanks.
It's actually an aspect Athena, man. That shit is so strange.
Your right tower is under attack.
Just leave my tower, I guess.
Tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Enemy ultimate down.
Grab shifters. I want a bit more damage than I did last time. Let's try this instead.
Such incompetence.
Okay.
The rain shall wash them away. Slain an enemy. Your right tower is under attack.
No, dude. I'm so mad the taunt came out there. Just trying to throw out fucking abilities.
Attack the gold.
Enemy has been
Tragic.
slain.
Thanks. More
At least I did get one. I will just cook though. I mean, just run. Why are we looking back, man?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, if I didn't miss my one. The one though is a bit. Wait. I mean, I didn't really think about it, but we do have a Vulcan support. Like, why do we have Vulcan support? That shit hasn't worked a single time I've seen it. Oh.
Ally has been slain.
Our frontline is pretty shit this game for sure. We will struggle when it comes to initiation. I can't really initiate. Vulcan obviously can't initiate. The only one who can initiate is Mercury. So that's
The enemy team has
a
destroyed the
potential.
Gold Fury.
I can kind of initiate with beats. It won't be through CC though. What are ranks anymore? Yeah, I mean, they don't really exist in Smite 2. I think the only thing that does exist is that if you're above like 5k, generally that means you are an okay player. But there are definitely exceptions. Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's literally 5 people here, guys. I knew I was dead there, just had to try and do as much damage as I could. I mean... What are we doing? Actually a fake tank as well, man. I died in fucking seconds. Great.
The enemy team
Absolutely
has destroyed
fantastic.
the Fire Giant.
No, it wasn't smart of Huyi. Because he's in Athena alone. The support, what just happened was the support ulted him alone and he ran away when he could have just killed her instead. They were on fire. She should have been dead for that. What he did wasn't good. We got nothing out of that. Generally speaking, yeah. I mean, if he was actually being initiated on, sure. But that wasn't the case there. Am I gonna tilt in my first game? Why are we fighting in mid? Oh my god.
Triumph is inevitable.
Great. I mean, we cannot defend this now. I don't think we win this if me and Snotty don't play together.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Retreat!
Okay.
I mean, I think we'll probably lose this either way, but yeah, I mean, the Vulcan support pick is pretty shit, to be honest. We can't do anything with it. We don't have anyone to initiate. I can't really do it as Osiris either.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower is under attack.
We just have a bad front line. It's pretty much that simple. It's fun. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine to play something that is fun. It's just... don't complain at other people if things are going bad because of the pick you're picking, you know?
Enemies in left lane.
No problem.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
That's fine, just leave gold, go farm. Our comp is still good. Like, we have a Mercury, we have a Kukulkan. Our late game is definitely there. We just need to stop giving them kills.
Be careful.
I might be cooked. We'll see.
Your middle
No,
tower.
they're not coming to me.
Group up.
I did decide not to go beats into an Athena, which is really rough. Dude, Merc just needs to stop.
Have fun.
Like, why are we...
Okay.
I mean, why are you guys not fucking just in Phoenixes, man? Can we just play as a team instead?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is destroyed. Okay, okay.
Okay.
No problem.
I mean, you guys literally just don't want to win if you just keep running in like that. No, also you, Huyi. What the fuck would you chase? We can easily defend 3v5 with this comp. So yes, also you. Just fucking group. Like, it doesn't matter. We shouldn't be winning as, like, losing this hard.
The pyro has arrived.
And they dare to say quiet. With the excessive bitching they've done all game to each other. The one person speaking sense is being quieted. That's insane. Nah, it's too early. They're just gonna stop damaging it. Not to mention, it did 300 damage. It would never have stolen, man. That doesn't even outdamage us under. I mean, the thing is, they're not, like, none of them are bad players. It's just insane to me that they won't listen to reason. It's not just them though, like Mercury also keeps looking for something by himself, and we should really realistically just group. We have a good comp, we're just not using it.
Be careful.
Retreat.
Group up.
Your right tower is under attack. Right leg
Would be nice if I could finish up my Onis before the next fight though.
destroyed.
Could use that extra mid.
Your left tower is under attack. Be careful. Your left tower.
Mitigations could be clean.
Be careful. Your left tower is under attack.
Fuck. Don't think I have the luxury. Just need 100 gold, man. Or 150.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. Defend the Gold Fury.
Be careful.
This battle.
Retreat.
Ah, you stupid harpy. You cucked me.
6 has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
Fuck. Yeah, no, that one is just actually too heavy. With like that felt like me and Snotty versus the world, and even then, like I'm playing a bad character, and I can't really help Snotty out all that much. Legit. Fuck, man. Is it really that hard just to group? One single 5v5 team fight before we started getting shit on, we actually could have won this pretty easily, I think, but guess not. No team playing ranked. Oh, it sound echo. My bad, guy. It's because the desktop audio is on because I have this on. I forgot to turn it off. There we go. Good. Now you guys can hear this. Just try and remind me, I guess, if you can't hear the tournament as well. I just forgot. You're absolutely right. Hello, J-Pal.
Select your god.
I don't know, actually. What do I ban? I'm still just gonna ban Bologna. Fuck it. Oh, I was picking. Guess I'm playing Bologna then. Fuck, did I not ban anything before? Shit. Okay, whatever. At least it wasn't something insane. At least it wasn't like Ares or something. Guess I don't really mind playing Bologna for a single game. Like the other, I was thinking about banning Merc, so I mean, it could have been worse. Definitely don't want to play Merc in solo. Okay, we've dodged. Wait, was that an adapting dodge? No, they weren't even in this game. Huh. Okay, strange. Let me put this back on, and then I can... Yeah, I guess then you guys don't hear it. There we go. I'll try and remind myself to the small fire giant pit. Let me just make this bigger for you guys. You don't need to see the queue anyway. You're paying for YouTube Premium? I guess I am, yeah. I guess I've been for a while. I got tired of ads. So yeah. I use YouTube quite a lot, watching things. I got pissed off at the ads constantly. My ad block wasn't working anymore. Yeah, I tried, but no matter what I did, my ad blocker just didn't work anymore. And it's not like I didn't have the money for it, so. Works in Firefox. I might eventually. Yeah, Chrome is really heavy, isn't it? I don't really know too much about it. This time I will actually ban. I'm gonna ban the Aphrodite instead of the Balloon this time. Osiris ban? No, man. Well, I probably was gonna pick it anyway, but 3 Wukong bans. I think Snotty is in mid because he wants to play Kukulkan, and it's easier to do in mid than it is in ADC, because your support can just end up fucking you over. It's my... Can't see the lobby? I know, it's just... I'm just gonna pick and then continue the YouTube video. You can see my pick anyway, on the left. I am simply wondering about what I should be picking here. Do a Thor game. I can do this though. Wait, give me a second. I think I know how to fix it. I think if I just don't lock it to the screen. Yeah, because then I can just, then it minimizes when I minimize it. There we go. I do not know what the item on the ADCs is. Because it's not Heartseeker. Maybe it is. Like the old Heartseeker? What is that first ADC item? I don't remember it. I see midlaners are building Void Shield. I'm pretty sure the first one is. So like a hybrid item first. Downscale it a bit. Do you want to see everything on the screen though? Is that necessary? You can see them in the game anyway, right? I can't do it, but it just makes the it makes this a lot smaller for you. Yeah, it's that Heartseeker used to be the stacking item, yeah. You used to stack and lose half stacks on death. Yeah, that was weird. I'm glad that's not the case anymore. It is kind of like a high reward, like high risk, high reward. But did I finally get a kill? No, I didn't. I got 5 assists. Fucking useless ADC. Alright, skipping the pause. There we go. I was fucking dog shit apparently. How did I win this tournament? What am I against? Oh, I'm gonna be against Yana's, aren't I? Okay, thank God. I'm against Anubis. Okay, that's the one thing I didn't expect. Dude, I forgot to put on the aspect again. I'm doing a double tap build then. Fucking hell, I keep forgetting about it. I'm sorry, man. I keep fucking forgetting. I'm actually cooking myself here. The last 3 times I've played Thor, I forgot to put on the aspect. This changes no matter what though, Nectura. I'm gonna get distracted by the chat, or I'm gonna get distracted by playing Slay the Spire anyway. Something will always end up distracting me. It's in my nature. I have autism, I can't help it. The smallest thing will distract me. Make a checklist. I mean, making a list every time you have to remember something, like small, like just picks and ban stuff, or put it on an aspect and smite, is gonna be really bothersome. That sounds like it's gonna take all my time. It's fine though, I don't mind doing this. I think a double tap build is fun, but it's pretty shit in lane. But I'm into an Anubis anyway, so like I should be okay. And realistically, I don't think Aspect Thor is that good into Anubis, because you don't really want to be in front of him. It's gonna be good for the first few levels, but after that, once he gets his stun online and all that fun stuff for him, it's gonna be pretty shit. I just need to farm anyway until I can double tap consistently.
Hey, what's new? What's new?
Fudge.
Your right tower is under attack.
Missing the blind double taps right now.
Your left tower is under attack.
Gonna have to back early. And I did not hit level 3 of that creep, but I'm glad he missed the stun. I think this is an early back into a Chalice game. Let's do that. Affects your entire gameplay. I mean, it's fine when it's not anything big. If it's really huge, I will generally end up fixing for the next time. But right now, I do enjoy playing double tap Thor. The only reason why it sucks is because it's bad in lane. But once I'm through the laning phase, I'll be fine. It is arguably better in some cases.
The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate carefully.
I'm going for jungle buff. An enemy has been slain.
Fuck, man.
On my way.
Double kill. Oh, you move Jaguar on my way.
It's fine. Just have to bait.
Out of mana.
It's only up from here. Fucking hell, man. Actually impossible for me to hit these walls right now.
Well, that's too bad, Sonny.
I'm getting influenced by my Gamescom self. Now I'm just shit again.
Bye. Enemies in the back.
Fucking Mercury, bro.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm so slow on reactions today. I tried to ult before he got his dash off. Dude, meeting Merc when I'm playing double tap Thor is gonna feel like absolute dog shit. Because sometimes I just need my hammer to clear the wave.
Your left tower is is under attack.
And suddenly I can just instantly get ganked by Merc.
Enemy spotted. Wash them away.
Retreat!
On my way. Enemy ultimate. Very cool.
No, I missed. Oh my god. Fucking hell, bro. What an awkward fucking fight. Wish I had Pendulum there. I actually would have at least gotten a double. Janus obviously had beats as well when I landed. Merc beats. Fucking everyone beats, man. How didn't they use anything in that whole fight? It would have changed so much if just one of them didn't have beats. What's that on, man? Anyways, Pendulum will take 4 seconds off of my current cooldowns. It's really OP on someone like Thor. See there, I used it. My cooldowns are slightly better. Right now it won't make that big of a difference, but... Once I have a bit more cooldown, that shit can essentially... Like a lot of gods like Thanatos, you can literally just use his kit twice. Yeah, it takes 4 seconds off. That was close. It's OP, it was just nerfed as well. It's a lot more expensive this patch than it was last patch. But yeah, it's very strong on some characters. Like Aladdin as well.
Enemy missing left. Rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. Sorry.
Didn't realize Janus was on it. I thought he was just pinging it for the buff. That's fine. I got my own blue.
Enemy ultimate down.
Holy moly, why does it do so much damage?
Farthest beard. That was close.
Be careful.
I want to stay, man. I really do.
Your left tower is under attack.
Be right back. Be right back.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's being baited, it's fine. Oh, I didn't realize the double tap hit him as well.
Enemy has been slain.
Calculated bait.
Enemy missing left.
More cooldown. Crusher is next. Another item with cooldown on it.
Ally has been slain.
Oh no, I see some really low HP targets here.
my vengeance.
Wash them away.
It's fucking old. Bit greedy for us going for red there. Probably dead for that.
Okay. Ally has been slain.
What the fuck is your issue, dude?
The spirits guide me.
Don't mind him, like, that guy always rages a bit.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
No, I was talking about Yuguan.
So sad.
Every time I see that guy, he is a sorry state. He cannot help but blame someone else. Guan Yu is just annoying as fuck. That was a terrible call to begin with. Like, I don't know why they're invading when they know that Mercury is spawning.
Your left tower is under attack.
A pretty decent XP lead here. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Of course. Finally something went according to me. Yo, one man up. This should be good for you guys. Oh my fucking god. Fucking hell, man.
Silence these.
Get him. Get him. Nice.
Enemy has been
Probably dead to Janus though. Eventually.
fabuloso. Your left tower is under attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Bad for you.
Retreat middle lane. Attack the gold fury.
Enemy ultimate down.
Does Janus have beats?
Sorry.
Enemy missing middle. Retreat left lane. Retreat left lane. Retreat left lane. Hey, what's new?
Anubis beats.
On my way.
Guan, just go somewhere else. We don't want you here. Actually makes it easier if no one's in my lane. That should have been fine. We got so much for free. At least Dante's slamming. Yeah, that's good. Actually, who is he against? Oh, it's that guy again. Yeah, he's been having a rough time today. What do I do next?
Your left tower
Just go Jordans, get some more cooldown. I could have gotten out there probably, but I was really seeing if I could at least finish off the Anubis. Because we did so much to try and pick that up. But yeah, what can you do?
Enemy missing left. Cancel that. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Would assume a Mercury probably shows up. Or at least I'm expecting him.
On my way. Destroy them. Let's slay.
I tried to wall in time. Fuck.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemies at the firehouse. Turbines completed.
Can be the special delivery, yeah. What's that random Guan horse I just saw running?
Retreat middle lane. Hey, what's new? Yeah. Oh, easy wrong. Yeah.
Not too sure why my Guan is in my lane doing my waves, but
Tower is under attack.
guess I will go somewhere else. I mean, Guan is literally just running around and right.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
What's the call, Snotty? I don't know if you can hear me, but we'll run down on some people. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty shit anyway. Alright, Snotty, I'm doing this one for you. I'll do it once, but I won't stay in this game for too long. Like, if I was not streaming, then sure, but I don't want to waste too much time when I'm streaming. I do kind of want to try and play this one out anyway. I don't think this is completely unwinnable, but it's going to be really boring. Did they team beats as well? I heard, like, definitely some beats. It wasn't team beats, so should have gotten a few beats from people there.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Why?
But yeah, I think it's pretty much impossible to win anyway into a fed as fuck merc.
Enemies in left lane.
Okay, well, if that's what's gonna happen, then yeah, I mean, I'm just fucking... I'm cooked. Oh man. I mean, I was expecting it since the beginning of the stream. As I said, for some reason, my games on stream are absolutely cursed. I'm truly getting the most demonic people on my team. Or just annoying people. So sometimes they're not even bad.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right Phoenix is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, my horrific! Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
He didn't beat at first, so I was like, maybe I can actually kill them, but... Fuck, man. Dude, the horse is missing, it's stuck on red in the enemy jungle. I can't believe it. The skin is so funny. He truly is a wizard. It hasn't been going very well the last few times me and Snotty have tried to queue together. Dagger.
Stay here.
Whatever.
The enemy team
Was hoping
has
for a lazy
destroyed
back.
the Gold Fury.
At this point, I'll just let my team decide. If they surrender, they surrender. I'll stay in this for now. I'm having an okay amount of fun, and I want to see if I can get full late game with this double tap build. I think this isn't really much of a case of us like not having a decent team, because I think mechanically we have a fine team. Just Guan is fucking annoying. For some reason the dancer is being a bitch. But like he's getting like absolutely destroyed now as well. Not to mention yeah. We're against Nikan adapting. Like it's they're obviously not a team that can easily be double tap. I did 700. Probably should go Hydras as well. As much as it doesn't really benefit my my double tap specifically. It's just too good on Thor.
On my way.
No! Oh my god, we just fucking lined up for that. We're fucking stupid. Fuck. Nah, we got a tower at least. Yeah, Mercury, woo!
Enemies at the fire giant.
Yeah, they started it. Surely something will steal this. Maybe they haven't started it, Shablanka is here. No, they have started it. Only just though. Is he not tanky at all? He is, it's just late game, I guess. Okay. Don't think we can really get it.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Fuck. Okay, of course he was here, man.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Okay.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Okay, man. I forgot the cripple. Somehow. Okay, I'm just gonna surrender. This is gonna be really boring. They're gonna end now anyway.
Defeat.
Yeah, no worries, Snotty. I get it. No worries. Like, this Guan trolled half the games he's in. I'm not sure I've ever seen him actually not troll in a game. So don't worry. This was looking pretty bad in the picks and bans in the first place. I think I am out of deity again. This is just a trend for when I stream. Off stream, back in deity. On stream, get fucking out of deity, bitch. I got kicked out again. But I'm way past even caring about it at this point. I just want fun games, but those are pretty hard to come by. I forgot to put on the desktop audio again, boys. I'm sorry. That was probably echo that game then. And I continue to just farm assists in this game. I can dodge those, Snotty. I'm streaming. Like, I don't want to just sit and do nothing. Are you saying you're gonna run it down if we have the same people, though? Or are you just gonna do it in general? Is it just time to run it down in general? I mean, that's fine. I think you can play whatever you want. Like, I'm fine with that. As long as you're actually trying to win the game. That's all. I don't want to blame it.
your god.
Hmm. Do I play Thor again and actually go for the aspect? I think so. There we go. Aspect on. The one time I didn't ban Bologna. Unbelievable. Oh well, at least I did pick something that can actually not get shit on into it. Wait, who has the highest gold? It is Poseidon. Average mid lane situation. Can't barely even watch anything, man. Q is too fast. Where are my long Qs at when I need them? Is this a Warriors X game? Could maybe do Warriors. Yeah, fuck it.
That should help.
Try and do a safe start into Bologna, just so I don't end up falling too far behind. Might go a bit tanky this game. Don't think I can survive into their team comp otherwise.
Minions have spawned.
Oof. It's a bit too close, so I was trying to see if I could actually catch him before he hit level 2. But I'd still say I'm probably winning these trades, because he doesn't have double pawn. So he is losing potions. Still just a bloner though.
Be careful, right.
Enemy spotted. Your left tower is under attack. Friend, you are chock full of surprises. Okay, okay. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Still getting the vibes that I should go Pendulum first. She's too good on Thor. And then probably a breastplate into a Sanguine, something like that. I was almost about to level my hammer. Not really the best thing to level when you go for the aspect. It's tempting though.
An enemy has been slain. Okay. The rain shall wash them away. Curses. Fabuloso! Oh, you move like a jaguar. Have fun.
On my way. Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is ready. Attack.
Don't mind giving Merc, obviously, kills, but I would have liked at least one of them, to be honest with you there. Would have been nice. Could use it for my Pendulum.
Rain shall wash them
This economy is rough. I think I am gonna greed it.
I am the greatest.
Wall damage.
Out of mana.
Attack. An enemy has been slain.
Another one. I'm ready for round 2.
3 rocks, I guess I'll take it.
Okay.
No problem. Your left tower is under attack.
Alright. Timed it pretty decently with my TP here. Not too shabby.
Be careful.
Ah, okay. Didn't realize he was gonna TP. Fuck.
Attack the Gold Fury.
I guess that's why they said careful. I was like, okay, I guess I'm sticking to the right then, because if I'm being ganked, then... Fucking hell. I wasn't looking at the map, so... My bad for being overly greedy.
Nice job.
Still like Pendulum after nerfs. I mean, it's still a good item. It's a bit more expensive now, so you just have to play a bit more careful early on. But like, it's still a very good item. Nothing can really take that away from it.
Enemy has been slain. As the pendulum. Your middle tower is under attack. Careful.
Retreat!
Bit risky landing, but I had my beats, so if he actually hit the ult, I would have beatsed it anyway. I wanted to see if I could get it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna land in my tower and he still has ult up.
Under attack. Enemy missing left. In range. Watch them away. Ally has been slain. Well fought. The battle is won. Your middle tower is under attack. My father's beard. That was close.
Guess I'm just a risk taker today.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Man, his ult was back up.
Okay.
Enemy
Enemies
missing.
in left lane. Attack.
Okay.
The Pyroman.
Blown all down again. Risk taker. I had to, man. Fuck. Why was Ymir there in the first place, huh? Wish I had my beats for that. Maybe if I didn't beats the Shyvlonki slow, maybe I mean, I would have died way earlier, but... Ymir being there was kind of tragic. I do think Thor into Bologna always feels like kind of a rough matchup, because... It's so easy for Bologna to respond with the ult on top of the Thor ult.
Your left tower is under attack. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Follow me.
the fire giant toward the gold fury. Your middle tower is under attack. Well fought.
Another one bites the dust.
Okay, I'm not sure how many we got, but at least I got one. Better than nothing.
Scare me? Right lane. Enemy missed the middle. Enemy spot.
Completed. Have fun. On my way. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury. Ally has been slain. Retreat. Your left tower is under
Everyone has beats, I guess.
Your left
Doesn't
tower
matter.
is under attack. Your
Why
left
does it feel like we're losing super hard? Like we're even in kills. The most of them are, I mean, I guess just duo. Where's my gold versus Bologna's? I mean, how? Actually, how is she 1.2 up? What? This matchup has been so even.
Your left tower is under
I guess well, they did just get gold and they got a tower, so that does add to it. But what the fuck? I don't understand why she's so far up in gold.
is under attack.
It's not like I'm giving her that much farm overall.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bring it on, demon.
Enemy ultimate down.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely still just solidifies that I'm probably just going to be banning Bologna every game. It's hard to ban everything out now, so I'm just going to ban something that's directly affecting my lane, and Bologna is probably definitely the biggest one.
Attack left lane.
Think you scare me? Good fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Now, Gold Sanguine. Decided it was time to go for something that is actually good into Bologna here. I'll at least grab a Brawlers for the procs. Though realistically, I probably should have just gone Contagion instead. But whatever.
War here. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower
Actually, a huge disarm. Guess my bad for even taking that fight. Felt like it was a good fight. I don't know what happened to my team though. They just kind of dipped out and they all turned back on me.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Today is so fucked.
Group up. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Man, if it just wasn't Bellona, I just can't do anything. Like, no matter what, I can't fight her. It's... Oh my god, I mean, he even has a bad build, and I'm still getting fucking destroyed. My fucking Honor is taking my backs as well. Kinda need the farm.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Interesting, you can't TP through it. I was wondering, without actually getting the slow on you. That's interesting.
No problem. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been on my way.
So close to getting Sanguine as well. I'm glad we got him, but that was just zero follow-up with him being inside the fucking wall.
Out of mana.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Bro, fall back. Stop trading. Oh my god. I mean, I get it. This guy's had a rough day so far.
Your middle is under attack.
Ooh, that was close.
Attack fire giant. Attack middle lane.
Retreat!
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Retreat. Ally has been slain.
Oh, I went for it because I felt like we had to. We just don't really play as a team once again in this one. All my 3 games, it feels like we just aren't playing much as a team.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your left phoenix is under attack.
I mean, Scylla sucks in general with damage, I agree, but late game right now, she should be completely fine. I mirror died to the Phoenix.
Phoenix has been destroyed. Okay. Okay. Attack. Okay. Quiet. Thanks. Have fun.
Guess I'll push right. See if I can get 20 before the next fight. I guess it is kind of my fault for losing today, because all I'm really playing is front lines. That isn't Bologna. And so I am automatically on the back foot. When in reality, I could just pick a mage, wait until late game, and then one-shot someone, and we win the game. You know? Truly, I'm making it harder on myself.
On my way.
Well, they're backed, so like they shouldn't be that fast. But I guess we're just not here. Fuck, man, that was the wrong button. I think we just get out. I should have just used it, I guess. I mean, we somehow still lost everywhere else with Uller and Shibalonke chasing me, so I don't really think it's winnable. It's just, honestly, Bologna fucks both, like, he also just fucks Mercury, right? Bologna should just have been fucking banned. Like, that's the one thing I learned from this game, is that Bologna needs to just be permabanned. She just disabled some of the most OP characters in the game, like right here. Well, that's one thing, I guess, but she also just broken his fucking lane. Alright. Back to what's actually more interesting right now. Once again, sorry for not muting the desktop audio, because that just means you guys get some echoing audio in the game. I keep forgetting about it. I'll definitely play a mage in the next game. I feel like I need to play something where I can actually do something or deal some damage. I actually forgot how narrow the lane is. That's insane. Wait, what did he say? Okay. He just says, Gamehunter, the last games not play good. I don't think this game was on me, buddy. If I had to guess, it was definitely not on me. And I don't want to say it when my ADC is doing less damage than me. As a tank Thor. It's a bold claim that that was on me. Yeah, rip proxy. Alright, let me ban real fast, then I can continue. Got to solo queue now, blame you for that. If I lose, you have to VIP me, what the fuck? You're hostaging me? I'm playing ADC. How about a little bit of a trade here?
Select your god.
What should I play? Maybe a Janus game? Stop. Or maybe I play Neath. Zeus. I'll do Zeus game actually. I thought about it, Zeus sounds more fun.
Why choose anybody else?
And give me a second while I'll turn on some light. Now that it's getting dark early. Those are the rules? Who made those rules, huh? The guy who's about to lose made that. I mean, yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine, right? Bro, this build sounds insane to me. Are you telling me that back then, going cooldown boots into Void Shield, I assume it is, or not Void Shield? What is the fucking magical version of it? Void Stone? I think it's Void Stone. And then Rot. But I guess Rot in the early Smite days were probably really broken. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh my god, I'm meeting a Cabrakan in my game as well when I'm playing Zeus. That's pretty rough. Bro, did you guys see that? This was back when Aegis could be used while you were CC'd. I just saw a Ra ult into an instant Aegis, so he was just immune while ulting. That's actually some crazy tech. Soul Eater. Don't miss that. But I also kind of miss it a little bit. But I think it would be OP in current Smite. Just another lifesteal item that is also based around abilities. Hell nah, don't need that right now. At that once, lifesteal is an OP. Oh, I'm against Wukong? Oh. Okay. I mean, I'll take that over Cabrakan any day of the week. Missing the first auto. Dog shit. I mean, I'm hitting gold at least in this game, despite me not getting any of the kills. Not really sure how. Probably just because Bacchus has been sharing a lot. He has been sitting in lane a lot this game, compared to my Athena. Oh my god, his old attack chain? I forgot about that. Alright, back in the game. Hunbot's old attack chain was weird. I'm glad they changed it.
For later,
There's no music in game right now, it's so quiet.
Minions have spawned.
Have a new solo. Yeah, well, that's a good chance if you get late game, you know, but yeah, good luck. But most of all, have fun.
What's up?
This matchup is probably okay. I don't think I've done this matchup before, but like... early on, his poke isn't really that bad to deal with, so... I imagine I'll be alright.
Claim this area.
Attack the minions!
Straight up just missed my blink. I used my 2 before it. And that literally cost me that first kill.
Okay.
Dude, a level 2 cringe gank! Are we oh my god, dude. Nikai is so cringe with that. Should have expected it. It's essentially the same thing last game. Level 2 is super cringe though. Not even level 3 yet.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ah, fuck me, dude.
Rain shall wash them away.
Enemies have returned to base!
Your middle tower is
Gotta catch up with some extra farm then.
careful. She bites.
Alright, guys. Why is it not tapped out? Hello? There. I just literally opened the tab. I'm sorry, guys. Whatever. I just reopened it and closed it again, and that fixed the issue. Why did they just do that the first time? Fucking hell. Well, you missed a really good kill, guys. And I haven't died, by the way. Like, not at all, actually. If you see it on the scoreboard, it's glitched. I'll try and keep an eye out for it now. I didn't realize it was gonna do that again.
Be careful, right? Enemies incoming. Bye.
Your left tower is under attack.
What a classic.
Bye.
No blue for me.
Enemy has been slain.
Why did I just hear a Kukulkan ult? Oh, it was on my own Kukulkan doing that.
Enemies.
Claim this area. Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
Is this a Lifebinder game? I might actually have to into Wukong. I wasn't planning on it though. Zeus Arc? Dude, I just played Osiris and then twice Thor, and playing a frontline is the worst fucking thing I've ever done in the history of Smite 2. It's insane how hard it is to actually win games. Because people just pick shit like Bologna and you're just disabled. I can't play the game then. I have to actually play mages to even fucking play the game. It's fucking stupid. I hate it. I'm fucking. It's driving me crazy. I keep meeting fucking Wukong and Bologna every game.
Enemy missing middle.
Your right tower is under attack.
I've lost every game today.
The ladies love a man who can slay a fearsome beast.
Falling back.
So uncivilized.
Cooked.
Be right.
Careful. She bites.
Enemy missing.
Oh, he's so low too. The fuck? I mean, fuck. Where's my jungler? Nice. Maybe this isn't... I'm just gonna go Lifebinder. I actually think I need it. The Wukong poke will only get worse. I need some kind of healing in my kit. Are you telling me the support rotated and did my blue buff? Fuck me, dude. Why me? Huh? Why me?
Enemy ult. Your middle tower is under attack.
Let me just back again. Wukong ult down, he might go to mid.
Your right tower is under attack. Careful. She bites.
Let's get vision on those. Make sure that they're down. They are in fact still up.
Okay.
Wukong is on them.
Sad.
On my way.
Enemy spotted.
Be careful, right?
them away.
Enemy missing left.
Farewell! May your atoms stay alive!
Vista, amigo. Your right tower is under attack.
Is it Merlin ADC? It's not. It's just.
Your right tower is under attack.
What's up?
And it's fucked. Oh, I missed so much. It's my own fault. But what the fuck? Why are they all suddenly here? I'm cooked. I'm losing my mental today. It might be an early end to the stream after this one. Not a single fun game today. Really struggling.
Vista, amigo.
Get him.
The rain shall wash them away.
Try my crazy steer healing build. It's probably gonna be full lifesteal, but I don't really think it's gonna work too well in solo. I thought about it and I tried a few of them, but I don't really like playing full damage Zeus unless I go mid. I like the hybrid tanky Zeus in solo. They're definitely on gold, I would imagine.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Bang! Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in left lane. Be careful, right.
What's that? Your left tower is
Huge.
under attack.
Defend middle lane.
The ace of my sleep.
Enemy or middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Okay.
What's out
Enemy spotted.
Wukong is just such an immensely boring character to be against. But, I mean, he is essentially just a mage, but if you're meeting a mage, it's really shit to deal with it, but like if you're playing a frontline, he's generally pretty easy to deal with.
Enemy has been slain.
up? You have my
I'll defend middle lane. Opponent is down. Okay. Be careful.
But is playing really well this game as well.
On my way.
Ally has been slain.
So sad.
Well,
Sometimes the cards.
I'll defend middle. I'll defend right lane. Defend middle.
Enemies in left lane.
go back
Your
and stampede.
right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
The range shall
Blink has unironically saved me more than Aegis ever would have, or Beats.
Completed.
Claim this area.
Behind. Enemy ultimate down.
Get the tower, you big minotaur, please.
on my way.
No.
To hell with it.
My opulent.
Okay.
Why did you boys TP? He was right here. I kept him for you.
To hell with it.
Honestly, it looked on ground map he backed. Looks like he got his back off on the map.
Watch out.
So was it?
That's fine. I mean, if we get gold, it's also fine. I want to try and go shifters.
Ultimate is ready.
Keep just going for the full hybrid build.
Enemy missing. Your last tower is under attack. Your team is destroyed the gold she bites.
Aw, miscast your fate, did ya?
Claim this area. The ace.
Be careful, fight enemies in the right jungle.
This is mine.
Destroyed on the left wall. You move like a jaguar.
On the Rakelos.
Okay.
Enemy spotted. Bang!
Enemies in the middle lane.
How dare they treat me this way? I'm royalty.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in the right jungle.
The thing is, against most like good people, there is no such thing as being immortal. Unfortunately, tank and protection, being tanky and having protection barely matters against good players. Once pen is online, you're no longer a tank. That's why I don't play frontlines much anymore. Because it's like protection is actually just fake in Smite 2 so far. There's been definitely some good tank metas, but right now every protection item has been so fucking nerfed that it feels like it just doesn't do shit. There is a decent period of time during the mid game where protection is good, but the second pen is online, you're just cooked. And it doesn't feel good to play. Yeah, I mean even with CC, like Smite 2 still has a lot of CC.
Astonishing.
Fire giant.
Wanna try a big one or?
Yeah, I think so. We need all 5 people here though, or 4.
Cancel that. Cancel that.
Yeah, it's
Sure.
small.
almost forgot my...
That's kind of unfortunate. Artemis just ended up being really out of position. He's also only level 15. That's not great.
Claim this area.
Some of them really poked. They're on fire, guys. I mean, okay, we're just not trying to defend it, I guess. Why did I even try then? We weren't gonna leave it anyway. Guess we're just gonna go push and do our buffs instead. Man. I really need to play more selfish today, I think. I keep trying to do what's best for the team itself instead of just for me. I could have just gone to farm, catch up a bit. And it's not like I need to catch up, I'm 2 levels ahead of my Wukong. It just doesn't matter. Yeah, protection items are pretty rough in Smite too. Like, I think they can somewhat easily fix it. I think they just need to make pen cheaper and up protection a bit again. But they just keep overdoing it. Like, in patches where they nerf protection, they will also just buff pen. Like, that type of stuff is just, like, stop. Can we just not do that? Right now, it does feel like they're taking smaller steps, which I generally think is okay, but for the most part, they have taken just huge steps every single time, and it's just not... just changes things too much. Makes it harder for them to balance it.
The enemy team has destroyed the
Don't think I can push anywhere. I would really like to see if I could finish up my helm here before the fight, but I don't think I have that luxury.
Claim this area.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Watch out.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Defend! Defend! Defend!
Enemy has been slain.
It's a huge pickup, actually.
How dare they treat me this way? I'm royalty.
That somehow ended up being really big. Not the bad. I guess it was because the like Achilles was tanking up the tower. He's definitely the biggest threat on their team right now. Since he tanked up the tower and was low HP, we had a pretty good advantage there because he had to sit back.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Boom!
completed.
Let's try and get 20. It's probably dead on right eventually.
Careful! She bites.
Behind.
Claim this area.
Ward left. No problem.
Gank middle lane.
Watch out there! Be careful.
The range shall
Enemy
wash them
incoming.
away.
Be right back. Can't have served
I want to get some wards
this to me.
before this fight.
Beats Merlin.
No, he sundered me, bro. I don't believe he stampeded me. He stampeded me, bro. Stampeded and sundered me. Get Bracken sunder down. Fucking asshole, man. Stampede as well. Don't believe it. That went so well too. My build is kind of weird at this point. I'll just go Rod. I was thinking about maybe I have to go Pen, but whatever. I'll just try and do damage to their front instead. I should have checked. I forgot to see how much damage I actually did to the Achilles in that exchange.
Careful! She bites.
Okay.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed a right innocent ally.
So sad.
Didn't see Achilles on the left.
Sad.
Group up.
That was definitely my mistake, but I don't know why we're on the right side of the map. I'm not sure why we went all on Pyro.
My way.
But I was just a bit too up there. That's on me. Because we didn't do any objectives there. I'm so a little confused on where Vulcan and Butts were during that.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack right.
Claim this area.
either? Can we group, guys? I don't know.
Careful! She bites.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what we do, we just stay grouped.
The rain shall wash them away. Easy like a baby. Your left tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Watch out now. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Careful! She bites. Flame missionary.
Bro, man. Yeah, whatever. We just aren't grouping, man. We're just running around alone, getting caught for no reason.
Your left
Dude, the stun I kept racking, my life bar didn't go off because of it.
Has arrived.
Well, one of his stuns. That actually would have been game changing. I think I could have gotten Wukong with my detonate. Not to mention my ult was gonna be up soon. This game for me just feels like a chain of events that are so unfortunate, and I can't really do much about them. I do not damage the Cabrakan at all, that's for sure.
Group up.
On my way. Careful! She bites.
Enemies at the fire.
Wukong ult down.
Attack the fire giant!
Gang! Enemies in left lane!
rain shall wash them away.
Attack the fire giant!
We have a huge wave in right.
Yeah.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
This doesn't really seem good, to be honest.
Your right phoenix is under attack. Watch
mispressed on my life binder. I was just gonna stealth. Damn, that actually really sucks. If Separus didn't die there, we could have just all fallen back and gotten fire. Since they had 2 deaths. That was a really big fight for us. But yeah. Not much to do about it now. I will have to sell my life binder, I think. I don't really think it's worth it anymore. And it won't help into their team comp. I'll just be CC'd to death anyway.
Be right back. We need more.
I'll grab Pen instead.
Be careful, middle.
Wash them away! Enemy has been slain.
Watch out! Claim this area.
Fabuloso!
I'm used to running mid, I guess.
Fucking couldn't hit a fucking auto for the stun, god damn it.
Gonna need a lucky run here.
I think because of us chasing Cabrakan, though, we probably can hit. Yeah.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Ultimate is ready! Attack the Titan!
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
On my way. Careful. She bites.
The rain shall wash them away.
Bang!
I mean, so... Okay, let me get this straight. 3 games as a frontline.
Victory.
Loss. 0 chance. 1 game as a mage. There it is. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't have done this amount of damage if I was playing, you know, a frontline, you know? Mages are OP, but still, I'm mostly memeing because I do not think that we should have lost the first game I was playing with Cyrus. That game was in our fucking hands. We started winning the second we started grouping. And actually looking for shit. Like this... It might be both these games, actually. This game was I mean, I wouldn't say it was a throw. I mean, we were definitely behind for the majority of this game. But we just didn't group in this game. We always had people running around alone. Kinda same thing with this one. This one we should have won. I mean... Well, no, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong team. This was a Merc div. We shouldn't have won this one. I think we could have, maybe, but... And this one was just... Yeah. This one was me getting blamed for this one, apparently. By my honor doing less damage than me on a tank Thor. Whatever. Special times. I still stand by that I think frontlines would be the main go-tos in competitive play. Because they still bring a lot of more intricate stuff to the table that just isn't used in ranked. Like simple stuff like being able to tank objectives is a huge thing that you gotta be able to do in competitive. And you need frontlines to do that for the most part, right? But in ranked, like, it's just generally you win a team fight, you go fire, that's it. You know, sometimes you die for it, or get stolen, whatever the case may be. Wow, this is a really stacked team. If this doesn't get dodged, I'm gonna be very surprised. How are we all on the same team? Come on, ADC stuff. I forgot to ban, didn't I? Shit. They gotta make it more obvious that you're banning, man. They need like a siren going off or something. One bots. Do an Uller game. I don't think I've used this skin yet, so let's do that. Yeah, I mean, Zeus is just really powerful if he's not instantly gone on. And I've been enjoying him quite a bit with like a hybrid build. Well, a hybrid build and then Helm of Darkness, I think, actually makes him a lot of fun. And Blink. We have 10 bans, so they river to 6. No, you have 10 bans, but like every player gets 1 ban each. And a lot of people aren't used to that just yet, so a lot of the bans just don't go through. I forgot to ban this game, even though I have 1 ban, you know? I just forgot, because I'm not first pick. Zeus doesn't need a lot of int to deal a lot of damage. He doesn't, yeah. He's got pretty high base damage. His ultimate is the main thing. Like, his ultimate will differ a lot in damage, how much it does, how much int you have. Bro? No, it was dodged by the last person, man. Oh my god. But yeah, I mean, the ultimate, and this is something that they nerfed a few patches ago. And I hated it, but Zeus definitely does a lot of damage. Pretty much no matter what. Until late game, at least. I think full late game, you do need int. You can rely on base damage when people are like level 10, but you can't rely on it when they're level 20 with a full build. Then you just won't do any damage. Yeah, they nerfed the base damage and buffed the scaling because he was being used more as a tank. But that's still a weird thing to nerf in the first place. I don't really think the ult was the reason why he was being used as a tank. It was just back then the items were really powerful. Because even I in solo, I've been playing Zeus solo pretty much since the beginning of Smite 2, because he feels really nice to play. But originally I built attack speed on him. Because you had like Bracky's Harp, you had Kins. They were really good, but they nerfed Kins to the ground. That item doesn't exist anymore. Bracky's is still okay, but yeah. I still think I could do a like a Zeus ADC type build, or like a hybrid brawler build, but I would have to go for something like... I mean, actually, I think I definitely could now. I don't think I've done it with a Loonibo, but you definitely could. Wait, what is this? Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. But I was essentially going with Axe first, into a... like either a Kins or a Brackies before, but I think now I'll probably go for either Dagger or Loonibo first. Probably be Loonibo, because it's just better stats. Ah, shit. And then I would go for like Pharaoh's Curse for the attack speed as well, and then the slow, just to help the whole situation. Then you can do Berserkers as well. And then honestly, I think that's probably enough just to be like a hybrid Zeus. But what would be his aspect? I think it would be ADC oriented. It's weird, right? Because he already kind of is an ADC. Like if they give him too much, he's gonna be OP in ADC. He already has really good like brawl power. Oh, Needs ban. Sure, I'll ban the Kukulkan. At someone else's request. Didn't realize he was actually on my team. Wow, I got mid instead though. I'll take this. I mean, Ra is taken. Giannis is out. Why am I mid? I don't want to play anything else now. Guess I'll just play Neath. I don't need something to get past the Umoja wall as well, if they do lock that in. Yeah, I think my next two go-to pick would either have been Zeus or Poseidon, but I don't feel like playing Zeus like a second game in a row. Neath could, or not Neath, Sol could be fun, but like Neath is by far the best pick I could go with.
Select your god.
We will have a full physical team though, which I am not a fan of. If that is the direction we go with. I want to play Sol. Neath is the obvious pick, but I actually want to go for something where magic... So we have some magic damage. I hate having a full... like, one specific type of damage comp. Even though I don't think it would have made a difference, because they have Hades and Umoja. Like, they'll still be building the same stuff. Hades would more than likely be full damage. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's actually so cooked that I was with adapting Nika and Saf, and someone dodges, now I'm just against all three of them. I feel like I've been rigged. Someone rigged me. Definitely an Aegis game, I think. "16 seconds. God damn. I'm really debating on what I should be buying here, actually. I think I go for Spear into Poly. And then maybe I go cooldown after that? I don't know, maybe a... I haven't tried Soul Gem, it's a Soul Gem, Gem of Focus on Salt before. Maybe that's interesting. Could be maybe nice for the movement speed. And I forgot to swap my ward.
Minions have spawned.
think Kronos is good on her. Yeah, I think it's not that I think they're bad. It's just I'm trying to think what type of build I want to go with. Playing too fucking zoned out here.
Once more into the breach. Once more into the breach.
No way to have a stun.
Once more into the breach. Cancel that. Be careful. Your right
Stunning
tower
5.
is under attack.
That's on
Just an Aladdin diff. Just use his fucking kit twice.
I'll be right back.
I'll just try it for the sake of this game. I want to try Gemma Focus on her. Just to start with. Probably still gonna go Poly second. Huge.
I'll attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
Completed. Ally has been slain.
It's unfortunate.
Ward here. Ultimate is ready.
So many megatons!
Any idea when they go to do a soft reset? No clue. Last time they did a soft reset, well, I guess they've done it twice now. Probably won't be that long. Usually it's probably like every 3 months. I forgot when the last one was. Like, it's essentially a season.
On my way.
So far behind in XP because of all this fighting, and I'm not getting any other kills.
Enemy missing middle!
Attack.
Right!
You move like a jackal. Your right tower is under attack. There is your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's a nice and tasty shutdown for me. Still behind the Rado. He's just gotten so much solo farm. Great, I love these stutters.
On my way.
I don't know why I'm leveling my 1. I need to level my 3.
He just jumps on ulti.
Gank! Enemies coming! Attack the gold fury. Your right tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Ultimate is ready. Wash them away. Your right tower is under attack.
That's tragic. Guess he's under it.
Your right tower is under attack. Hasta la vista, amigo. Your left tower.
No dash others.
Enemy has been slain. a middle enemy tower. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Wrong soul skin? Wait, what's the right one?
Enemy missing middle.
I'll be right back. Retreat.
I think I'll just back if everyone else is backing off here. Oh, it's the vampire one, I see. I don't have it. I don't play enough soul to justify that purchase, man. I do need the pumpkins, though. That's the main thing. I need the pumpkins because I want the Chuck skin. Raw's coming as well. We might be one man down here.
Enemy's left. I'll gang the Rive, I can hear.
On my way. I'll attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Good luck to you. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed.
Weren't you alone there, Snotty? I thought they were all on us. I don't think that's entirely true, but... Okay.
An ally has left the game.
Oh my god, Snotty.
I say that was a horrific.
Oh my god. Why is he tilting off the fucking earth, man? Oh my god. I can't believe this is the one I ended up losing as well.
Defeat.
Alright, stay out of the queue today, Snotty. It's not good for your health, man. That's crazy that we actually just end up losing like that. Zero mental. Will you glitch there? Happens to me sometimes where I can't cancel my ethereal form early. I think I could, but I'm not sure. Like, sometimes it definitely feels like it's weird to try and get out of it. But... The game was going fine too, that's the sad part. Like, he's one level down, so that's not even that bad. I'm fit. I was doing damage. Our combo's good. Like, we have Hu Yi and Tsukuyomi for late game. Granted, they do have Aladdin, Umoja, and Jingwei, not to mention the Hades for late game. I do think their late game is definitely better than ours, but I still think ours is pretty good. And I was having fun. For once. For once today, I was having fun on a different pick. Okay, and did I just get fucking baby gamed, or am I super giga stacked on? I'm gonna check some cues. This might be a dodge angle. No Nika and Sav. But yes, I am so far getting giga stacked on. Dude, what's happening? Why am I getting so stacked on? I don't dodge, but I mean, this already smells like a gigantic loss to me. Should have banned Kukulkan.
Select your god.
Actually, I could play Kukulkan myself. I kind of want to play Kukulkan because I don't want to play any. I want to play mage anyway, so whatever. I'll pick it, and it's strategic while I'm at it. You can look at the enemy team now and see their name. I know, I just don't want to abuse it because it's not intended. It's not intended? No, it's not. It's a bug after they fixed or they changed the UI. What? Arachne? What the fuck? I guess it makes sense for ranked at this point in time. Is that the time when Arachne could solo Gold Fury? I feel like she could do that most metas, right? But she probably could this early for sure. There was so much stuff you could abuse, people just didn't really understand it yet. I mean, the game's ending pretty soon. Not that much left of this match. Bro, am I against Wukong again? I fucking am, man. I feel like I've been against cringe every game today. In solo, anyway. Oh. Wait. No, I didn't get stacked on. This is a completely different match. Okay, well. Still happy to play Kukulkan, but I kind of picked it for a different reason. Okay. Wait, was Aegis a bad choice? No, Aegis is fine. Aegis is... They do have Athena, though. Everyone else, I want Aegis, but Athena might be an issue. This might be one of those games where I have to go Magi's, just for her. Kinda sucks, though.
Minions have spawned.
They can proc it really easily, too, with Thanatos. Majas was actually pretty good into Morrigan as well, because that's a stealth Morrigan. Yeah, when X were X and not a web, yeah. I miss when Arachne's ult were just a Sylvanas 3. Like it used to be. It wasn't good, but it was interesting. I wouldn't mind like Smite adding more like ultimates that are more like centered around just being a low cooldown. So you can use it more often, but it isn't as powerful of an, like as an ultimate. It's essentially what they've done with like Arthur and Mordred, right? You had the choice, but they're giving you both. Wait, is that not a... It is Aspect Wukong with Int, so I was surprising to see a Tiger there, but okay. I mean, that's just good for me, that he doesn't have the extra cooldown.
Enemies have returned to base.
Be right back.
I was hoping I could do it fast enough and still get it with my dash off. Not in time. That's alright. Against stealth, isn't smart to get Heimdall? What does that even do? It reveals stealth. It could be. Might be worth a shot. I just think this one is so OP in general, though. Fuck, dude. I'm struggling with some abilities today. It's weird. I cannot hit the Thor wall, and I cannot hit my one right now.
Delicious kill. Nowhere is safe now.
How big is the pulse, though? Because I don't think the pulse is that big. I'm not sure it's worth it into stealth, because by the time I see her anyway, she's already right on top of me. Oh no. That looked like it could be a good fight.
On my way.
middle tower is under attack. Behind us! Your middle tower is under attack. Hasta la vista, amigos!
Lost a tail feather. Serpent swiftness.
Oh, easy roll.
Ah. That's not good. Oh well. At least I did get the Thana. Was that first blood too? No.
Your right
Yeah, I
tower
think
is under
Volkan must have had first blood. He still has more
middle
gold than me,
tower
so.
is under attack.
If he's gonna get this, I'm gonna make sure he's not getting any waves. Or at least not this wave. He's really underestimating how valuable blue is. Or overestimating, I should say.
Be careful left.
Oh no, dude. Oh man, what a shit turn of events, man. Get him. Oh my god, the Athena ult. Oh my god. I also realized our comp is rough for a late game initiation as well. Once again. With me and solo with a Kukulkan and the Osiris support. Good thing we have bots.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy spotted.
He probably could have killed me if he kept chasing, so I'm happy he didn't. Oh my god, I didn't get them. Must have been one tick.
Nature calls.
Don't be on me. Don't be on me. Oh, he went back to bots. It was supposed to be for me, I guess. This is going a little annoying so far.
Is under attack.
Just aren't able to punish the Wukong.
Shall wash them away.
Oh my fucking god, man. I keep doing blue on cooldown.
That's too bad.
This game is already so frustrating. Literally just losing blue on cooldown. We aren't really getting much for it.
Help! War here!
Let's finish up Polly.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy ultimate down.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Assuming he did the things in mid? No, they're still up. Weird.
Hasta la vista, amigo! Attack! Enemy has been slain.
Delicious kill. They can't escape us now.
Oh,
Slow down.
your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso! Oh, my! Triple kill! Your left tower is under attack. Very good. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down. Destroy the right enemy tower.
It's a huge kill for me.
Delicious. They can't escape us now.
Also probably means I can actually finally get a blue buff. That's kinda clean. Okay, what do I do next? I like spear. Let's do that. Get a bit of cooldown and some good power. Man, what's happening?
Is under attack.
Be careful, please.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack.
I know I didn't get baby gamed necessarily, because my elo is higher than a lot of people out there in the other queue as well. It's just, I guess there was just enough people queuing, and because Nika and Sav are duo queuing, I imagine that they're against another duo queue as well, and I was just kind of thrown out. But I don't know. It does feel like my team is often today playing something strange, like Vulcan support as well as now Osiris. It does make it a lot harder when we don't play good characters, or at least just playable characters.
Enemy has been slain. Retreat. Ally has been slain.
Just dying for someone else's mistake.
The rain shall wash them away.
I need to stop doing that shit. I gotta play it at my own pace. I ain't fucking surrendering. I'm so done with today. I just won one fun game. Why does Smite suck when I play ranked? Or when I stream? It's actually insane how much more fun my games are off stream. They're just normal. But I think a lot of it is probably also the fact that a lot of the people that are fun, makes the queue more fun, I guess, also play later. They're not really home yet from work or school or whatever it is.
Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, Wukong is obsessed with my blue buff. It is actually insane. It only bothers me when it's the same shit the whole time. Sometimes the streams are fine, but I need a break from games like this, you know? There just hasn't been one today. In the game that supposedly should have been good, we just had someone who just rage quit. Like that. Just makes it boring, you know?
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Triple kill. Your left tower is under attack. Your
Be
right
more
tower
shameless. The thing is, this pig is good. I am winning my lane, but it doesn't matter, because I'm in solo island, and for the most part, I can't have an impact unless I rotate, you know? It doesn't matter what I do. Even if I was playing in Wukong here, and I was like 3-0 or whatever, you know, killing my own opponent. That's not really usually the issue. Winning or staying even in my lane tends to be the case. It's just, while I'm here, everyone on my team is just dying on cooldown.
Gank middle lane. On my way.
Like, there's just a very clear difference in skill levels on these teams. My jungle is 5 levels down, man. That's my issue. Like, that fight should have been good. But Thana lands on someone and instantly, like, one-shots them, and our jungler isn't even there. Because he's dead already. He was already in the base, he just spawned. And now they're getting fire because I'm dead, and I'm the only one who could possibly stop them from doing it.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Okay, at this point I definitely just want to surrender. I'll try one more game after this, and if it's just as bad, I'll just end it. Not that I was gonna play much longer than that anyway, but... Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Complete.
Oh, look at that. My blue buff is done.
Your right
I think Wukong wants to have sex with my blue buff. I might go Bloodbound this game. Don't think I can do it now, though. I should have TP'd left for Thana. Do not know what they're currently doing with their fire, though. They're not pushing anything, really. They just killed Rama, didn't even take the tier 1, even though it will die to minions anyway. Then went to gold.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Your Titan is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
What a great time.
Defeat.
Dude, Wukong spilled too, man. Unbelievable, I'm losing to this. What the fuck is that? No, I don't. I don't want to duo queue with anyone. Because it's gonna make it worse. Especially in this queue now. Now that I missed the big one. I just need to win the coin flip. Alright, let's see. Are they still queuing in the other one? Nika just got a game, I guess not then. I imagine most people probably are the queue then. It is starting to hit dinner time. Unlucky teammates. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen a lot in these lower queues for sure. Though I guess even the big boys, it's been pretty fucking rough today. That's alright. I mean, the main thing is, like, holy dude. I still cannot believe Hyris has fucked up the rank system so much that if you lose just a little bit, you just... It's gonna... I need, like, 8 wins to gain back what I have lost today. At least. It's just wild to me how much you lose compared to how much you win. It makes no sense, and it's so unsatisfying to play ranked as a result of it. It's why I made an old even. It's so stupid. They're so disconnected from the players. It's insane. I'm not sure in my lifetime of any developer ever I've ever seen more disconnection than Hyris. Like in recent... Only in recent times. Like Smite 1 I think was fine. But they've been so disconnected with Smite 2. After the first few patches. Like the first... I would say 6 patches of Smite 2 were really good. They only made the game better. Since then it's been fucking downhill. I mean, my whole day has been against adapting and Nika. The one time I got both Nika and Sab on my team, someone dodged. So, like, it's... There's not really much to do about it. It's just annoying when it's the same thing every single time. Anyway. I'll do one more game. Probably just end it there either way. Gotta grab some food anyway. Maybe I should have gone mid though. Maybe it's time to just get out of solo a bit and have a bit more of an impact in my own games. I am first pick. What can I play to actually have an impact in my game though?
Select your god.
Soku Band. What's open I could play? Maybe that's OP. Not really anything outside of Wukong, and I don't want to play Wukong. It's just boring. I'll play Apollo. Being inspired by watching those at this point. I'll just go back to my roots. Even though I'm playing Xbalanque in this specific game. Well, there's a dodge. That's season 1. This is season 0. This is pre-launch tournament. This is from 2013. Gamescom European Invitational. So this is even before the launch tournament. I'm finally on the board. I got a kill. Let's go, boys. He did it. The biggest difference that I see now, and compared to what people did back then, there is just barely any like, let's try and go gold and see what happens type thing. Like there's no like actual like shot calling. Let's see how they respond. People just do it. People just they wait till they get enough kills and then they do it. Dude, and the 5-giant pit is so small. Dude, Zeus ult is bigger than this. Oh yeah, wait. Yeah, it executes fire at like 25%. That it was so broken, bro. I'm happy that's not a thing anymore. Sunter is definitely a better version of this, but I still dislike it. But straight up executing it at such a high HP is insane. Maybe it's closer to like 15%, but either way, it's still so OP. Hog was amazing. It was something special. The objectives are so small, like the areas themselves. This map is so condensed. This map is just so incredibly barren. There's 3 or like 6 overall, but like 3 on each side of the jungle for each lane to take. And the speed, dude, look how far up the speed is. And the red. Red, I guess, makes more sense, but speed is so far up compared to what it's been for a long time now. Wow, we did so well. Pressing ages. I'm 1-3-11. Get some kills, man. Huge Kraken into Triple H's. Did you see 2 of them were outside the inner circle as well? That's how bad we were back then. None of us would have died to that. Well, I think Ra was the only one inside of it. That was a good Aegis. The rest was stupid. Granted, we have 2 relics, so I mean, you can't just throw one away, I guess. Nice, he got another one. Where's the player numbers, though? Clean. Alright. Is this game 2? It is. At the beginning, thanks. I want to see the picks and bans. That's the most fun part to me. Okay, so they just missed out a few. So Thor, Chang'e, and Tyr. I think Tyr is permaban pretty much because this was right when he released, so he is broken as fuck at this point in time. Like he was so OP. This is when he was just one shot in a single combo. He ain't getting through. Such nostalgia. I missed this so much. Yeah, man, I felt the same thing. Especially after our talk last night, I was definitely just I want to watch some of these old matches, like the really old ones, like pre-launch tournament stuff. I will watch the launch tournament after this though. Yo, give me that Apollo, bro. Give me that. I want to play Apollo now in my own game. Inspired by the past, and I will play it.
Select your god.
Apollo.
I'm actually surprised we haven't gotten like a good Apollo skin in Smite 2 yet. Zeus. Dude, the old Zeus model, he's so chunky. I think we lose this game. Is it because of the Anubis pick? I don't remember. Dude, I actually forgot that they would use some of their abilities in this screen. Rawa just keeps sniping the screen. Wolfie, isn't this screen actually kind of sick? I said this when I started watching this. I think this pick and ban screen is actually sick. Like the layout of it all. I think it's a work in progress. I think maybe if you want to do the gods, going from back to front, but I think the rest of it is great. You can always make. There's so much room, to play around with stuff. I think this is way more easily and digestible. Look at the shit in the back of my screen right now. Like, there's so much shit on my screen in Smite 2. Oh, the Guan Yu. Dude, we're talking about it. Look at his perfectly red face. I love this Guan Yu so much. This tournament was when they announced his rework. And that night, a single tear fell down my face. Announcing the gods, holy moly. Chills. Actual chills. I mean, Guan Yu with that old was just a lot more fun, I think. I think he's old now, like, it is cool, and if it is his lore more, which is, I guess, was the point. But, yeah, you're right, I mean, it just doesn't really feel the same. Alright, I think I'll just do Death Toll.
I'll take one of those.
I'm definitely saddened by the whole Guan Yu remake. But, I mean, it's been so long now that it's hard to feel sad about it at this point, but I feel nostalgic, because Guan Yu was the character that got me into Smite in the first place. After watching, like, a YouTube video, I saw Guan Yu and he looked so fucking cool to me, I was like, holy shit, I want to play this. Then they reworked him. It's never been the same for me before. I thought maybe Smite 2 with the int aspect could make him more me, but no. He's too fucking awkward now. His kid is just so awkward in Smite 2. And I think in general for like new Smite, it ain't the same. Hello, Smeagol. I'm just sitting here reminiscing about the good old days.
Minions have spawned.
When Smite was fun. And I had broccoli trees. Wow, my broccoli trees. Now they look like trees. They just ain't the same.
Okay.
How's it going? Pretty shit today. I've won one game and it was not a fun game. It's actually been complete shit today. Cannot win. I've lost so far 300 SR. Bro, Warriors active, actually, what the fuck?
Ooh, close one.
Fucking hell. That warrior proc randomly came in and healed him and did extra damage to me. That was some bullshit. Alright. My greedy ass needs to hurry its way back. Let's not be stupid. I think we're going Chalice, since I don't have the aspect. I can't rely on being tanky.
Wash them away!
Right, jungle.
Don't need to be careful. Not too sure where the jungler is at this point.
Enemy ultimate down.
Can I stick around long enough to finish this? Probably.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Your left
Good
tower
enough.
is under attack.
That'll up this performance.
The type of greed they talk about in the Bible. We don't talk about that here. Forbidden. Does he hit level 5 on this wave? If he doesn't, I will ult him.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Your right tower is under attack.
Cannot detect the light.
So honestly, just a lonely bow diff.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemy ultimate down.
Yeah, they're not really low enough for me to want to rotate.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Good thing they nerfed Laney Bow, huh?
Ward here. Okay.
Okay, bro. Oh my god. Should have waited until my ult was back up. I forgot they had Athena. Do I go Devos? I think lifesteal might be a good idea this game. It's the vibe I'm getting.
On my way.
I think it gets him. That's probably a solo kill. Maybe not. Athena diff.
Your right tower is under attack. Rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing right. On my way. Cancel that.
It's up actually.
I believe in you.
Enemy has been slain.
Unbelievable that he got out with that. What build am I actually going with? I need to think. 'Cause I will definitely go crit.
Thanks.
I think I do want Demon Blade as well.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is dead again. I don't know if this is a rage game. We have Janus Merc, man. Why is it going wrong? Why are we struggling?
Your right tower is under attack.
Well, I guess they do agree.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wow. I'm gonna need new.
Enemy spotted. Completed. Go wide. Way out of this jungle. Go wide.
Your left tower is under attack.
That's the way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Isn't it kind of sad that they never really implemented any singing into Apollo's kit? Outside of just like a, you know, miss, sure, but I don't think the actor for Apollo can actually sing. Does he have TP?
Pyromancer has arrived. On my way. Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Didn't he just ult me? I thought his ult was down when Athena showed up.
Wash them away. Oh, very strong.
Nice. My team won a fight.
On my way. Enemy missing right. Spotted.
Huge. I was gonna ult for him specifically, but I guess I'm just gonna Bro, hiding behind the fucking flag is tech. Run. I'm dead. No, dude. He hit for 46 and I had 42 HP. I'm so pissed. I tried to juke him. I probably could have gotten away if I just messed and kept running. Not an instant throw. Okay. Damn it. I mean, I still got the Mulan, so I'll still take it, but I just prolonged my death instead. Deathbringer next, and then I'll probably go Titans, and then into Musashis, I think. That's the best I can do to maximize my damage output here, I think.
The rain shall wash them away. Double kill. Your left tower is under attack.
That's so funny, bro. That's actually funny as fuck. Triple bounce.
Not too sure what's really funny, but I'll take his word for it. I'm sure it actually is. Bro, why was Mulan actually not just pushing her waves instead of being... Why was she even down there? Actually, now that I think about it. Why was she on the fucking Firebrands? Poseidon is still one level ahead of me. That's actually kind of crazy.
Under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. On my way.
Okay. I was not aware of the police being on their way.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm pretty sure I pressed my Lunibow, but I didn't hear it go off. That was really weird. I got confused. This should be good. Especially with my ult coming in too.
There's no way you're both on the solo laner, bro.
Bro, if you're not gonna fight, just get out. It's like, we can take him, me and Cupid, but Cupid didn't think so, I guess. Also, he crit every fucking auto there. Like... He actually just fucking crit every auto. Might have been a Deathbringer.
That's Poseidon beats.
Deathbringer diff, actually.
Powerful women.
Attack middle lane.
Get him.
Enemy
Get
has
him.
been slain.
I am unmatched in might.
Destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed
That's Poseidon ult.
tower. Destroyed the fire tower. Your left tower is under attack.
Gank middle lane. Enemy ultimate down.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
No problem, be right back.
Actually, I can do this. Perfect.
Oh, oh, very strong. Do not understand. You are fabuloso. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Hmm. I was so close to taking speed because I saw it was up and right, but or left, but well, I guess that's that fire wasted.
Oh, he's the wrong team.
I feel like I've farmed a lot this game.
Gank middle lane.
And I'm still pretty far behind the ones that are high on their list. Or on their team.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We do need wards. Why the fuck am I ulting?
No, it's not possible.
Kraken down. Dude, this Athena is a pain in my ass. Was expecting it to go a little better, but the taunt completely fucked me up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, nice. Huge.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fuck, man. Fucking Dagger was the worst part, and now I've given it to Poseidon.
They're on the left lane.
Not that I had a chance to unfuck it, because I didn't have beads.
On my way.
That beads don't work apparently.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Let's finish up this Titan's Bane and actually deal some damage to these front lines. We're just getting caught at this point, it feels like.
We need walls.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming. Be careful. Set up an ambush here. Be careful. Okay.
I mean, we don't need to fight, guys. Why are we going in? Just wait for them to start fire. You guys should be good down there. Should be Longcan, Huyi were on me. Oh, Cupid just isn't good, bro. Actually huge. He's 1 HP probably. Unless that wasn't Huyi. London?
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Stand with me.
There's a weird sound effect happening right now when I get gold.
Be careful. Retreat from the jungle.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I'll just split push, guys. Don't fight. We're keeping out of position for no reason.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
Literally no one is just going in. Why are people so fucking stupid? Why are we going in for no reason? Oh my god, dude. I don't want to end on this shit. I'm doing one last. I have time at least. But what the fuck, bro? Why is it so hard to stop W keying? How are we losing to this? Ugh. That's a fast queue. I think that game should have been legitimately free if we just didn't get caught the whole time. Well, it's such a good team comp, and I'll just fucking hit late game with a full crit Apollo. I can just go and one-shot someone. How was this an insta-queue, bro? Feels like with no pressure, they just land over a whole jungle without punishment. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Because we didn't have pressure. But we didn't have a comp to pressure with, that's the thing. We have to capitalize on their mistakes. What I definitely kept noticing is people getting Krakened way too much. Who the fuck banned Mulan? Where am I? I kinda just want to play Apollo again though. I enjoyed it. Apollo is kinda hard to solo carry with though, I'm not gonna lie. I might have to play Uller.
Select your god.
It's either that or a mage. I could do Janus myself. Ah shit, Tsukuyomi is open. I want to play Janus. Holy moly, Bart. Dude, look at this old Guan. He's goofy as run. Oh, the goofy as Anubis run though. Oh, was this dodged? Honestly, that's for the better. Wait, how do we lose this game actually? Yeah, there might not be that many people playing, hence the insta-queue, but I'm not getting insta-queue this time, so... Change your answer, you always say this. Wait, what did I say? Oh, about the matchmaking stuff? And it's just... I don't know what else to say, you know? It's just... Yeah, I mean, it's just what it is. It's not really so much an opinion as me just thinking that that's just how it is, you know? I forgot that Jungle went to solo and did waste with him for a while. I think one of the cool things with Sport was that he was doing all of it himself, right? Like as a caster, he was not only casting and analyzing, doing all that stuff, but he was also literally controlling the spectator mode. Like he was just the goat. Jungle was so small, that's nothing to do. Might as well. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. I just forgot that it was happening. Like Jungle feels very, very, very barren here. Oh, an old Kali. Hell yeah, bro. Old Kali. Dude, solo, it's a mage solo as well here. There was barely any warriors in the game, I guess, but this is still pretty funny to see. Like, Anubis versus Acne in solo is so weird. Her old animations are so funny. They're so sporadic and athletic. She has the craziest spin in her too. Yeah, and Acne with a CC immune dash. That was something special. I keep forgetting to swap to mid, but I don't really feel like playing mid, to be honest. I want to play solo. It just sucks not having the impact. Oops. I guess I need to ban. Fucking hell, now I have to stop every single time to ban. But at least I only have to ban once. This skin is pretty sick actually on Zeus. I wouldn't mind seeing that in Smite 2. Close.
Select your god.
Select your god. But what? Smite lady, what am I supposed to pick? To actually carry games, huh? I've tried everything. Maybe I go Hades. It's been a long time. Maybe I return to the roots of Smite 2 and just pick the OP-ness of Hades. Even if he is not very OP anymore. Why the fuck am I in solo right now? I'm just looking. What the fuck am I doing? Okay, I mean I lived, but what the fuck are you doing here, idiot? Seen Hades heal nerf to the ground. Yeah, it's pretty rough now, but I mean, he still one-shots. He's still a really, really strong team fighter. But yeah, I mean, he won't really just full heal anymore. Escaping from duo to solo to even 12 years ago, yeah, definitely. Absolutely ain't going over there anymore. No, I actually really, really enjoyed the Season 11 map. ADC and solo were both just peak. I wanted to just do both. Now, I don't like the duo lane map in Smite 2. What is the lane, I guess. I think solo is fine. I can deal with solo. But I fucking hate all the bushes and how unsafe it feels to just walk up in your lane as an ADC. Which is kind of the same in solo in some ways, but I think generally on solos, I think you're just closer to the tower, so it is a bit different. As he could put it. The old honor ult, dude, I already forgot. It's so much better. With his machine gun, that was so much better. I'm actually getting a headache. Too much smite today. Well, too much bad smite today. Butter roasting pros in the regular. He was just great. He just didn't have a filter. Like, it's not like it was bad. Like DM Brandon could be sometimes. He could be real bad sometimes. But at least, like, Bart was just being real. I can appreciate that. I think it's okay to be, like, not necessarily rude, but be real with pros when they're doing something really bad. I think it's completely fine to call it out. I think it makes it more real and interesting to, like, listen to as a caster, or from casters. But sometimes they're like, I don't know, maybe they just sugarcoat it too much. What am I against? CERN. And it's a non-aspect CERN, okay. Strange, but also still a matchup I probably won't be able to do much in anyway. I'll try Conduit, because Hades' early game is obviously weaker now than it used to be, so get a Conduit to maybe help out the wave clear a bit. I'm gonna pull it up. Oh yeah, I kept looking at it, I was like, there's something off about the Anubis that I'm watching right now. It's because he can't move in his one. He's literally stationary in his one. No wonder he's just stands still when he uses it. I've been so used to the new version of him, where he can actually move. Alright. Enough. Definitely helps with a buff clear. That's a nice buff clear. And at least this is a good matchup for me. I mean, once I hit level 5, this is definitely in the right direction. He cooked me. Actually kinda cooked me there. That root fucked up my full clear. He is missing so many autos. Anubis was the worst character in the game for a long time, yeah. It was really bad.
Enemy miss, enemy miss, enemy miss, enemy miss, enemy missing.
That should have been a kill, I feel like, but okay. What am I buying first? Alright, Chronos Pendant. Somehow I forgot. Good thing I had it selected. Otherwise, no, I was probably just gonna go and buy something weird. Weird and different. I think I go Devos. Actually, no, I should go Poly. What is he building? Is that gonna be Yogis or some weird shit? Dash me. I dare you.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. The battle isn't over yet.
I mean, I don't even really know.
Your right tower is under attack.
This does feel like I'm just 2v1 again.
Enemy missing.
Why is the support in between my fucking towers, man? Yeah, I mean, this is enough smite for today.
Your right tower is under attack.
The support is literally just free roaming. What is mine doing right now? Like, in no world should that ever be allowed. If they add the agility relic to ranked, that might actually just be push me over the edge. It's definitely time to take a break from Smite if they do that. Oh, he went Vital Lamp. That's what he was building. That makes sense. Still a weird item for him to go with, and then not also have his screen stance activated.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Sure. We're dying in mid, but I guess Thor is here. Makes sense.
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Double kill.
Nice job.
Oh, my horrific. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, no surrender, guys. 10, 4K, gold. Don't surrender, guys. They're so good. Don't surrender.
Oh, I misclicked. I wanted to surrender. Fuck.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Dude. I hate Hyris, I really do. How could they fuck it up so bad?
Your right tower is under attack.
Maybe this is just some potential time to just keep watching the tournament. It sucks too, because like, should not be losing to CERN at all. He's so easy for me to kill, but at this point their team just, yeah, it doesn't matter. They're just too far ahead. I can't do anything about it.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll just be ganked without any consequence
Like a jaguar. Ooh.
for them.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And they're just out. That's... And Agni didn't die, bro. He didn't die? They dove him and he didn't die, man. Okay. I thought Agni died, so I went on Thor, but I guess I should have went with them on Agni or whatever. Shit. Is Hades a Soul Gem character? Would give me a little bit of lifesteal.
Your left tower.
Kind of feel like I want more power though. I'll just go Tessa. Yeah, my 2 doesn't proc, but with Chronos Pendant I do have abilities pretty often.
Your right tower is under attack.
Like, this is what I'm losing to, by the way. Like, fucking hell.
Fabuloso. Oh, my horrific. Your left tower is under attack. Triple kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Very strong. You got thunderstruck.
But yeah, I don't really think he's a Soul Gem character either way. Even if I have low cooldowns. Alright, I'll just end it here, because this seems like it's never gonna stop. I'll probably play a little bit by myself later. But I'm literally... Like, how much was this? I lost 400 SR today. Just today. Because high-risk don't know how to make a decent system. It's so insane. It's actually absolutely insane. Oh well. I mean, I'm not really gonna sit and just be sad about it. It's not like winning is everything, but it does get really tiring to only lose. Alright guys, I'm done for now. I will see you guys some other time. That is probably not tomorrow, because I feel like I'm gonna need a break after today. Alright. GG's guys. Peace out.